I want to say that you guys you're watching have no idea how much I want to play PathXL right now. Because they opened up a server in Stockholm. So I have 2 milliseconds of lag to a PathXL run. It feels so good compared to playing in Paris or Amsterdam or something. It's like 2 frames of, I guess 2 less frames of lag or something. So nice. We need a banger. This song didn't have 15 seconds of silence at the start, it would be a banger. So yeah, I have it on the screen. What I'm planning to do today. Um, there's some stuff missing when it comes to like UI. um, we have the like very ugly text box above the character whenever we're looking for something, but when we found something, there's no like the depth of an item is only printed in the logs. So let's see, do we have the image, like the video? Guess this one. So whenever they find something in Final Fantasy, it's this depth meter to tell you how much we need to dig to find something. I also want this like damage number. I think that's a good thing because we will probably at some point have. Oh, you can't. Yeah, like I want to make this depth thing. I want to make this damage number ish, because this number might go up as you continue playing. So yeah, that is the initial part. I also want to make sure that it will be ugly, but like right now, there's a lot of things that are happening behind the scenes. Like we need to figure out animations for the way you're walking, like the direction. I will probably use a sprite approach on this. Very likely. I do not look forward to myself making pixel art, but we might end up there. There's also the right now I only have this dig indicator like to show where I last dug something. I think we need some sort of indication where you're aiming. I was thinking, I don't know, just some way of being able to see where you are going to. Like if I stand here and click here, I guess I'll dig here. It was a bit above. There should be an indication to where you're aiming, which would help if I also make controller support at some point. And yeah, and then the direction the character is moving. That's number 2. Number 3 is creating a level. We started slightly with that yesterday by just placing some rocks here and there. But if we keep moving this direction, you'll notice that there's nothing there. We should make a actual full level. And whenever we're doing stuff, we will probably figure out other issues. So like I just put small coding changes because I'm a coder. I will touch this. That's just how things are. But yeah, so I think we'll start from the top basically. Hide that. Completely done right. Yep, it is. Cool. And let's see if we can make some UI. I'm not sure how this should look. Like in the original game, it's just a like they have their like own dialogue window system, of course, in a game like this, which they won't make too much special UI for this because like the timer is reused from before. This is just a dialogue window that you can probably put on the screen anywhere. So is this. So like they probably just reuse whatever they had at the time. We get the opportunity, I should say, to make our own stuff. So maybe we do need to think a bit about how this should look and not just replicate. I think following them for the timer and the counters and all that, like point counter and whatnot, that's fine. Like I mean, it's a points counter. Don't need to be anything special. But this like depth thing could very well be a call it like a. We could make it so that is a progress bar, for example. You not only get a we don't only have a text output, we do actually gain something else. Banger, by the way. So I think let's start with that. Are there progress bars? There are. Permanent. Let's set it true. The progress bar indicates that something is happening with an animation, but okay. Oh, it's one of those things. So okay, so we will have this kind of. I mean, I guess it can move from the bottom to the top. So it starts out this on max step, and then you get like it's increasing this manner every time you dig. Okay, and then we should have a label. Something like that, perhaps? A bit larger. Cool. And I should be a good person and put this in the top left corner. So we can just place it on the screen as a its own thing, you know. That's the size. Using 35 as the padding, because that's what other labels have. Doesn't look too fantastic, but it will do. UI depth meter. And now for the like annoying part. Like this object-oriented programming issue that you always run into when it comes to UI. The thing that knows how long it, like how much you need to dig, is here in the player. The player needs to now somehow tell a specific widget this is the amount of time, amount of depth remaining out of the max. And then it comes down to, should I make it ugly or should I make it good? And then we, of course, always end up, hold on, with this. Do things right to do them fast, and we won't end up here. Let's just tell you that right now. It's the most accurate XKCD. The fuck are we listening to? Move yourself from my life. Okay, I got that right. So, in a perfect world, there would exist an event system. So you would realize like events system, broadcast. This event that contains the remaining depth and all that. Like something like this. It would be a very obvious like event system, but I don't have an event system. So I don't even have a UI. Or like the concept of a UI. Which I think I should, because we can have that as the intermediate solution. that. Then let's see. We also need a way to get it. It's a no 2D. This shouldn't do much by itself, but I love this code so much. Don't write code like this. What do you name it? UI. I am not feeling the whole give me everything that is remotely like similar to what I'm normally listens to. Let's just do the shuffle. I think this will work. But yeah, I really, really do hate this. And we should probably make this better. Can we... We could do this thing. Yeah, I'm doing that instead. It's like equally bad code, but it's easier to read. Ready function. Nope. This code will like not work very well either, because normally you would switch out game modes every now and then. But I think this is it's a upgrade, a small one, but an upgrade nonetheless to what we had previously. And I'm a programmer, I'm not fucking writing something twice. This should basically be the same, right? Yeah, it's fine. Cool. Then the user interface should have functions. I make this class name UI.meter. There we go. Oh, set data is because you should only really have to have one function. Should this automatically remove it? when it's 0? Probably not. But this will. Guess we should also have a dialog box in the middle of the screen. That's later. Just for testing purposes. They should. Oh, it's a treasure. Treasure is more or less the same thing, right? One could ask themselves, maybe this should be in the game mode, where game mode is taking care of this and not the player. I think that's preferable. But it would break down here, because then they both should move. I think this is fine for now. Okay. We're actually getting treasure here. Cool. I love UI. Oh, maybe this doesn't work as I intended it. Right. What? Why are we sending a null here? 8. Well, of course I am. Okay. This should be set up. Pretty sure. Yeah, no need to actually start writing this. Cool. Seems to be somewhat working. But I just haven't implemented everything. Let's call it reset def. Because this should also reset the actual progress bar, you know? We need to export. The value that we're changing, yeah. This is not how you do texts in games, because this is awful to localize. Do not do this. You should get this from some sort of a database of strings and then format it. We also need a variable for holding the max depth. Or max start depth. Because to calculate a percentage, we do need float value. We do need start and current depth when we update this. This is updated. Oh no, it's happened. I've looked at the word depth too much and said it too much that the word just looks awful to me now. Oh fuck. It's over for me. Guess we could make a where you just put this. So it updates in the same way no matter what. And let's actually save these as floats rather than integers. This should be start depth. I think this will do. We need to lower the dig strength. Currently at 10, so I finish it instantly. Oh no, they're fucking stupid. What the hell? Who would do this? Put a value between 0 and 100 is like the... That's some deranged behavior. Like any normal person would have this value be between 0 and 1. That's the worst thing I've seen with Godot so far. I mean, that's not true, but you can say that for comedic effect, I guess. It should be other way around. Why is this not working? Yeah, it's back on the grind. Hope you're doing good. Why is it 100? Maybe if I print more stuff. It's a banger. Or 0, 100. 0 divided by 4. Oh yeah, of course. times 100. 1 times 100 is very often 100. Oh yeah, it shouldn't be 0, it should be depth here when we reset should be the start depth. We're counting downwards, not upwards. No, it should actually be correct. Yeah, I think that's nice. Yes, now it's the more difficult part, which is to show a dialog box, which has some implications. Because just like the original game, like it should be like, wow, you found this, and that pauses the timer and waits for an input. I don't think we need 2 dialog boxes, but we do need a timer pause and something like that. And also a system to show dialog boxes. It's not treasure date, it's a treasure. Okay. And now they're like I had a big question earlier where like should I make an entire event system, and I said no, and now the question is should I make an entire dialog box system, and the answer should be no. But how do I do it then? I guess I could make a very specific UI found item. Did you make a shadow? Oh, I guess you give it a color. I think the difficult part is to make this, let's see, center. This is yet another case of don't do this. I sincerely am not looking forward to the point where I have to like scale up the window size. That's, I think it's like 1 pixel down. And then we do need to export. We need to make a script for this. I might need to restart Go. We'll see. And the user interface. But this should probably be controlled by the game mode in some way. Yeah. I think we can just have a pause function. hold on. Go.match statement. But how do I quit one? I hate people are too smart. Just send the delta in here. I guess this a pause function could be used for other things. Isn't mouse bound to something already? I guess bound to dig, but I think UI select, I guess. Left mouse button to UI accept, because I think using the same hotkey is not a good thing, or like using the same action. It's so annoying that it shows the error here when I haven't written code, so like, I don't know. Didn't this say? I guess this could actually work. Is it UI accept? I think that's a bit better to use UI accept here and not dig, in case that are two different buttons in the future. Okay, will this like work in theory? Because we dig up a treasure, we show the dialogue and pause the game. That should make this should in turn update the item text and show the actual dialogue. We need to have a I think that's should fine. Oh yeah, it needs to start. Get done. Okay, so it's not set. It's restart go.time. Could still move during this. Movement should probably be in its own function. In case we do get other things here in here. And timer is paused. Resumes. Cool. This guy needs a outline or shadow. Shadows generally look better. Outlines, you think they're good, but they're not. Most of the time. Guess this one is large enough to actually have a working outline. And having some sort of background there would be nice as well. And probably some... There's a lot of things you can do with UI, of course, and I'm not the person to make the best looking UI in the world. More about functionality. I wanted the damage numbers to show. We could probably commit this for now. Need to close a few of these. Let's close all of them. Here we have UI damage number. Label. Guess this should be set to middle. And I'm feeling that these should more or less be... I shouldn't say particle system, but the same idea where they... you basically can just add them to a screen and they take care of themselves. Damage number. So basically when they spawn, they more or less they randomize the direction and have a how would they look? I'm not sure if this is the it's up plus. I guess it's -1 -0.6. I think this, if I'm calculating this correctly, this will like put them, like say that you have a normal vector like that, like it would put them somewhere in this region, which is basically giving them some speed to do like whoa or whoa, something like that. Let's do 1 second for now. Okay, some sort of animation. Over time. This animation can be improved later, though. Can be improved later, of course. Because you probably want it to like start speed and then slow down. But for now, I think we'll just do this. Unpacked scene. We might need an offset here from the middle. And again, this is being called from the player, which is like, ugh. What if it's spawned inside this stone? I can't help but to notice this didn't show anything. it will spawn inside the stone. It should be very, very slow. I should have a speed variable. Oh, it's in the top right. That makes sense. There's probably better ways of doing this. Why am I not just sending this when I'm clicking? One day I'll figure out debugging. Yeah, something like this, but then make it good. Hard to say if it's bad because I love it. Seems to go to the left more than the right. What if that's just like a band range issue? Probably make it a bit larger as well. That will have to do for now, I think. All right then. Why is it breaking when I scale up the viewport? I think I have to look into like a proper way of scaling UI at some point. But that is later. Okay, do I need any more UI or is it time for the next one? Which is character sprites. At least the ugly, like ugly version that kind of works. Which is sprites and all that. There won't be any pixel art today or anything like that. How is this actually done? Because we have the player, of course, which has a texture rectangle. Is there something like called sprite? Animated sprite. And I'm pretty sure I need to like make actual sprite frame or whatever. Okay, what's the other thing? Is like only a sprite? I guess I have to make some sort of sprite sheet or something. I mean, I wouldn't say animations, but like at least 2 frames for walking in every direction, and like the digging animation should, like, if I can get 2 frames, that's good enough for me. Because I have never done like art for games, like actually tried. I like, I don't want to just like take someone else's stuff, because like you can of course asset flip, which is all good, and like, I mean, it's a valid way of making video games, but this is a learning experience. I wouldn't take AI stuff. I'm like, if I'm getting someone else's stuff, like getting someone else's stuff, paying for it and all that, like that's fine, or if it's free. But I would not AI generate stuff. Yeah, but you're learning and taking someone else's stuff, and I mean this is the same for everything. But with risk of sounding pretentious as fuck, there is no meaning to art if you don't do it yourself. You can use AI to make a product, but you can't use it to make art. I mean, you can find meaning in someone else's art, sure, but not AI's art, because there is no meaning besides making a product. I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know what it is. Um, I'm not like art. Like if it's talking like drawn art, I'm not like, it's not. I don't know if I've ever found the meaning in any art in that way. Like yeah, I mean it's an interesting discussion, because I'm also like, while I do say that there's no meaning to AI art, there I also think that there's no real difference between AI and humans, except for the fact one is biological and one's digital, and one is way less um like way less complicated at this currently. But like the in this case, I would say that like the reason I'm making this is for me to learn. So there's no point in using someone else's stuff. I'm not trying to make a product that's going to sell, because if you have profits and like making a product as target, it makes a lot of sense to use AI, because it's just faster. Um, like generative AI is like, okay, I currently have no issues with the methodology, like the method of generating stuff. I have issues of how companies see all content as theirs to use to generate stuff. If you like you have all the content ever made. For example, for coders, like say that all code on GitHub is in this. I think this is stealing, straight up. Putting content into an AI that generates something. I can't even write. That part is fine, as long as this part is fine. Yeah, I mean, it is that is the question, like, because currently, like, it's in theory, these two paths are the same, right? If I listen to music, look at art, look at code, go through the actual like process of learning this and make something, I could make literally a clone of Diablo 2 and that would be fine to most people. Or any other game. If I would use an AI, that doesn't exist, but like that would be seen as bad, but it's hard to like put into words as to why that are not weird. Like, oh, it's a machine doing it. Okay, what's the difference between a machine and a person? There's some difference, but I think the biggest, like I haven't like formalized these words before, so that's why I'm stuttering a lot here. I think when a human does this, it might be because of a something they want to do. An AI doing stuff generally means that someone has told them to. They don't have the like. One huge thing that differs between AI and humans is the fact that humans are individuals. The concept of an AI being an individual is a very weird concept when you can just multiply it. Yeah, I mean, it's you can always do this. You can do this for everything, right? Why the fuck am I writing this instead of assembly? Why am I using an AI to generate a like assembly code, which is then being, why am I not just writing bytecode? Why directly? Like you can always do these things, like, and people have done so. Like I would expect like digital art, for example. Digital art is very different from traditional art. And I guess some traditional artists might have an issue with digital artists, at least maybe not nowadays, but like 20, 30 years ago, maybe. Yeah, it is a like overall interesting question. Like, and I think the very like What I don't want. Let's go for results. What I don't want is that people that are artists lose their job and gets replaced by AI. That's bad. Because it's cheaper. Because yeah, of course, an AI only needs, like, if you can make an AI that's a third as like people work like 8 hours a day, right? And there's 24 hours a day in a day, of course. AIs don't have a limit to how much they can work, except for the number of hours a day. So if you make an AI that's 33% as effective as a human, you basically replace the human, right? It depends on what you're doing, for sure. I think that something like I think that something like music, for example, is very so like there's tons of AI music stuff. I think, and setting up music takes a lot, like figuring out and how to make music with quick iterations is way slower than art. Because like there's so many digital artists nowadays that you can like go on Fiverr or whatever and get basically anything for nothing. But music, for example, is way more difficult. So I think that like something that's a bit more complicated and harder to spot. For some reason I feel like AI music is harder to make out than AI art. I don't know if I have any obvious AI art examples. Like there's some like you can make out a lot of like subtle things about AI art, how they use light and all that. Like I've used some AI stuff when it comes to like GitHub Copilot. There's some difference between tools and generative AI, I would say. Like as you can tell, like I don't have these things super clear in my mind, so I'm kind of just saying things out loud to see what I myself think of it. Yeah, and the threshold is always moving, that's for sure. I mean, it's the same for music. It's the same in the 80s when the synthesizer was popularized. I can't speak. Whatever. Became popular, and I guess, or like I would imagine that some people saw it as the end of the world, and some saw it as tools, and some saw it as a exciting new thing. And in the end, it turned out way better, right? Because the like entry point, like the requirement to make music is so much lower nowadays that we have such a multitude of music available to us due to digital music. So like something that could be has seen as worse probably ended up being better, right? Because making something cheaper introduces something to a new audience. The difference between generative AI and something like a synthesizer is that a synthesizer still needs a skill. I wouldn't necessarily call prompt writing a skill. There is some skillful stuff to it. I don't know if it's like an actual skill. I don't know enough about the process of using AI because I very rarely do. I've seen like okay, there's a very cool example. Like one of the Pathfixer streamers, CGD, recently made a game using an AI, talking with the AI and discussing with the AI. And he made some stuff in JavaScript, I think. I don't know exact, but it was a very fascinating way of looking at someone learning programming. Because of course the AI never, as long as you keep paying, of course, the AI will never get bored of your questions because it's told not to. Like it's supposed to like constantly give you a positive answer. Um, so it's like that's a very valuable thing for someone that's new. You because if someone who's new at programming comes up and asks me 8 hours a day about how for loops work, I will get tired of those questions. And the fact that an AI existed basically meant that he was able to use his imagination to make something that otherwise would have taken, I mean, it's JavaScript and you have to learn that. What's that? Like, how long does that take if you have no knowledge? Maybe a year? If you really go at it, like day in, day out, 8 hours a day. But instead, he could do it in a much shorter time. And therefore, making something artistic was way easier for him. And I don't know if like there's of course like side effects of that when it comes to like explicitly programming where you might pick up some really bad habits but that you don't really understand because like it might not explain things properly because it's yeah like but those are also true when you talk with humans, of course. Humans like teaching other humans to do stuff, do things incorrectly because everyone learns differently. So you pick up bad habits because due to the process of learning. So like it's so hard to like put it into like a conceptual this is why it's bad because it has genuine upsides and the only thing I can point towards is that it, like taking like going through Twitter or whatever and using everyone's images as learning data, that's probably bad. Uh, Using everyone's conversations on Twitter is probably bad, or Reddit or whatever. I think that there should be a lot like being able to use the data in that way as a platform should be more difficult. That's like the only thing I can say with certainty when it comes to AI because it is like a complicated question. And that's the fact that it is a complicated question is also why I won't use it. As well as I want to learn. What's the point if you're not learning? Let's use these assets to see how this works, because I have no clue how is animation made, and these assets do work. Where is it? Okay, what do we have in here then? Right. Open folder. Is that this? Okay. Guess we also learned another thing here. Is there magnitude? There's no magnitude. Okay, so we can actually control it. It's not too bad. Hold up, be right back. Just my mute. Oh, it's between two songs. All right. This animated sprite, something you can like. Yeah, you can flip it. Cool. So you only have to do one side. Yes, it's time. What do you even do, pixel art? Is there a like single target pencil here? There's probably better tools than Clip Studio Paint for this. Set this to 1 pixel. Does surely want this to be like modify exactly 1. Make tools. I mean, I guess it's hard to do like 8x8s or stuff like that. Because a sprite is of course made up out of multiple sprites. Is there a way in Clip Studio to make pixel art? I guess, is it just disable anti-aliasing? I found this like thing on internets. Brushes. It might have changed stuff since this was done. Category. The fuck is a marker category? Don't have anything called that. Oh, maybe it's these. I have not seen that there's stuff at the top here. Dot pen. This is what we're looking for. I'm learning new things every day. The thing is that it's again very hard to do this on 8x8, so should not. How big is our character? Hold on. I literally don't know. Pixel art is, but I like this style. I know that much. Even this is way too detailed. There's no shot I'm doing PlayStation Final Fantasy Tactics. Maybe Game Boy Advance Final Fantasy Tactics. It's still pretty difficult. Is there a pixel perfect? New small. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Small. Thank you very much. It is probably not so far away from the actual size. Game Boy resolution is like Game Boy Advance resolution. .240 by 160. So this is basically a Game Boy Advance pixels. Do this. And if we take a full screenshot, this, we should be able to downsize it to that size. It's like way too big. It's actually correct. Then we could borrow this guy. And let's see. Just to get the dimensions. I suppose that this shadow is its right. That is normally the case, so take this. How big is this? .16 by 29, so it's probably that big. Then of course 16 is oftentimes divided by 8. 2, 3, 6, 7, 2, 8, 16. Then 24 is the next one, I think. Those are the sprites this is made up from. And that's one frame. Looks so much larger this way. It's obvious because I don't have a guide on Zero. How the fuck do you even make this up? I guess you start big, draw something, size it down and then make it into a sprite. Because you can't start from like doing this, like that doesn't make sense. You have to draw it. You can get the So this was 16 times 32, meaning that if we like if it's drawn like this, have a actual pen, and someone's going around doing something like this. I guess this could work. I won't be able to do it, but one animation frame, so because the Final Fantasy Tactics characters are always in this walking animation to signify that they are fine. I drew the image. So like I think we have to like target something like this. Now the difficult part, because I am awful at drawing. And I don't think that I would love to stream myself drawing. Like, I mean, because it would be like failure. Maybe the process interests some, but it's not interesting to me, I think. Is there something else I can do first? Is there any point? I guess I could draw just to make like get so we can fix the animation. Let's do like the because we would have to be using multiple frames, of course. To be like, of course, you need a shovel when big, and this would be like up. I mean, getting this detail, perhaps. Because what do we actually need? We need like, if we want 8 directions, we need up, walk, which is 2 frames, up, stand, let's call it idle for one frame, and then we have to do this for upright, up the diagonal, then horizontal, horizontal. We can use horizontal because we can just flip these, right? Down, diagonal. And then just down. This is what we need for this, and then of course up dig 2 frames, up diagonal dig 2 frames, horizontal dig 2 frames, down diagonal dig 2 frames, down dig 2 frames. And like nice to have would be like a, you know, when Link picks something up in Zelda, he holds it over his head, so it would be like, that would be super cool. But it gives like, it creates a bunch of issues, right? Because if you have nice to have, which is hold up found item, that could be 1 frame. That's all good and whatnot. But then that also in turns makes us need requires item graphics, because he needs to hold in something that's not like the same on everything. So I think that is not something that I want to do right now. This puts us at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 4. Fucking awful at counting. Each of these is 5. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 frames. It's the bare minimum. And that's just for the character. And I would preferably want something that's actually not awful looking. Have I drawn 25 frames in my life? I mean, probably when I was a kid and all that, but yeah, I think my initial idea of doing this, not the worst idea I've had in my life. just to like try out the animation. We get like this is the amount of animation we're talking. It's so hard to see. I think I need a better indication. One that's actually easier is if we simply delete this, draw a circle. We can figure out how to do that. Don't get your hopes up. Where the fuck? There they are. Because we could do like to signify a walking animation. We could do like very fake looking feet. Should do. Oh. Guess we could even. Oh. Oh, isn't that the best you've ever seen? Sit there. Hold. I'm pretty sure this is where animation peaked. Up idle. I'm getting triggered. Let's replace this. How do I trigger people here, but not me? At least I'm not triggered. That's the good part. I guess the simplest thing now is if we now up these two files that are saved, we can easily make them go down as well. Except, oh, fuck, we need to flip it. We can do that. We have the technology. Okay, looks so wrong flipped. Down idle. We like create a new one. I forgot the most important part. Since it's now down, it needs a case. Where is my brush? And to make this very realistic, need to extract this fantastic face. Put it here too. Hold on, cancel. This needs to be flapped. Fuck. Saved. Flip horizontal. Okay. Downwalk. Add face. So happy. Let's see. Transfer. Okay. Face. Idle. Please, why can't I F2 that? Walk. Why is it jolting back and forth like that? One of these is not centered, I guess. What should always be changes. The head is slightly moving. That's just how humans work. And now for the down, like horizontal. Look at, hold on to your something. Oh. I think I'm a genius, right? I think I will some sort of board. 0, right? Yes. Yes, this one is also a bit. Should also be like. Tricks. Oh. Horizontal walk. What would we do without programmers? Um, I think this is actually the best graphics ever seen in a game. So happy. Let's see. Down horizontal idle. I mean, it's just one frame, but I'll make it into a. I'll make it into an animation so we can just use the same logic to play it in case we do get more frames in the future. But now is the difficult part. I have to make this. I have to make a new one. That's from the side. I think I've succeeded. Hold on. This will look absolutely terrible. Like, this would be like the worst looking animation. Oh my god. I'm ready for it. Will I be after seeing it in action though? Hell yeah. We need a banger. This one isn't too bad, of course, but alright. Now I need to just make code that plays the correct thing. Just make code. He should also be down. Let's just start off with a new private function. Don't think we do need. We can probably calculate everything here. Isn't there like a vector magnitude? length, perhaps. Eight directions, right? 1, 2 directions. I don't like this. Because this will also be like... I have to do this, like all of them. And these should be true. That's a lot of lies. I mean, it's very simple code, but it's very ugly code. Let's sneeze. I think this is way clearer. Is a string. Because we probably shouldn't play if it's already playing, right? Or does it handle that? I was thinking that we don't switch animation here is that. I guess we could do a dictionary. I hate that variant so much. How do you do this? think this is better. Maybe I'm not calling correct thing. Oh yeah, I'm not updating the look direction. This would be one of those like nested awful things. I don't know if there's a better way of making these. There probably is, because like they always look awful. Because I need to do something like this. Which is... Okay, so... This is look direction right down. Down right. This is upright. And this is just right. I hate doing these kinds of things. Like, you end up with these so often. Not often, but like that's a lie. But sometimes when you try to figure these things out, you end up with these kinds of coding things. Okay. This should only happen if we are moving. We should not recalculate this otherwise. We're not... Down, up. I think this is 6 outcomes. Okay. Some of these are correct, some of these are incorrect. This one works. It's a dinner date. It's an old joke. Is it? It's an old joke from the World of Warcraft guild I used to be in. But like, I just put the dinner date reward as points thingy. I had no clue what to put there, so I just did something. I mean, it doesn't say who's paying. You mean can't get? Fucking God. It's telling me I'm moving left all the time. I mean, first of all, we should figure this out here. And that means also for now. We can save this value in a better ways. Is this some stupid like, oh, we're using flags by the way? Let's do this. Yeah, it has to be something like that. Oh, it stopped working. Oh, it's never been set to false, of course. Yes, also, when we're moving up or down, we're not moving left. I think this might be the best graphics I've ever seen. It pass around rocks a bit better as well, so smaller hitbox. Why is... Oh... But it's even more fun, because we do need a animation for the... We do need an animation for digging too. Yeah, so now it doesn't update when I'm digging at least. Nice. How can I make these even better? Can you play animations just once without looping them? And wait for them? I guess if I move this, we can figure out whether it's looping or not. Yeah, so these are just set to be looping. And I'm just stopping them manually. Because for a dig animation, you would probably want it to be set as like play this animation over 0.7 seconds or whatever. I wonder if that is actually a thing. Where is the... Oh yeah, maybe I can I calculate? What is this? Animate the sprite 2D. Was it animation finished? Is this even being emitted at all then? Yeah, we're hitting this all the time, okay. So, how do I make the not loop? Surely there's a way. Yeah, okay, so we can toggle that there. Good to know. I guess you just need to make some sort of movement to signify digging. I have just the idea. Oh no, it's a walk animation. Let's see. Because we do want all the idols. Where's the go? Oh. Looks ridiculous. But I like it. Why are you like this? Okay, let's try this. And then we need another. Animation systems are so much fun. I love them from the bottom of my heart. So like, because I think this is more down to myself being you know, like really I don't have the experience, so it's hard to kind of like know what to even aim for. And digging should also be getting its direction differently. Let's see. I think this is actually perfect. Except that we don't never get this, but I think that's fine. I think it goes back to it doesn't finish the animation properly. Yeah, that's fine. All right. And I guess we'll do something similar. All these frames. I'll put this on its own layer just to make it easier to do stuff. Just imagine how knowledgeable I would be after this is done. I would know everything about 2D animations. No, it's going to clip no matter what. I think that's fine. In theory, the, the shovel should probably be its own sprite. We can move it however we want. This one's difficult because you have to fill out the missing body part. So this would be my most difficult project yet. P B. That was pretty difficult if I say so myself. Transfer that. This. Looks good to me. It's annoying that you have to move the origin every time. That is actually glorious. Okay, that. Why can't you undo placement of these? We'll have to clip. That's all of them? Let's also remove these. I'm not quite seeing the motion here. But it will do. We just need some like... It's more or less only for... some feedback. We're digging. Oh yeah, these two are separated. Frontal, down dig, I guess. Be the same here. We'll fix it by rename it horizontal down rather than down horizontal, but then it would collide with horizontal up. I am a stick man, I'm digging a hole. Right. Yeah, I think this is actually the best looking game I've ever seen. I mean, the good part is that now this system is in place, so replacing PNGs is something that you can do later. Because like adding additional frames is not a an issue. It's more that I think the dig animation will clip a bit, but if we have a too long of an animation, but that's also fixable. The problem is that this is incredibly it's only made for this to work, like this exact character and all that for this exact game. So it's like the least general animation system out there. But it will have to do for now. Added player animations for idle, move, and dig. In general, it's down to like big strokes. When it comes to this game, I just want to see like I be in every doing something on everything. Like see how much can I learn, what things do I run into issues with, and all that. And me not being a good artist is one of them. I have drawn digitally like some, but I'm not schooled in it at all, so it is pretty difficult to just like enable, uh, like enable being good at something like that. Like enable creativity is pretty difficult because the compared to being creative when it comes to code. So I think we'll move on to something that's easier for me to fix, which is we need a level. Because right now, like this is some fantastic code in the game mode. When it hides a treasure, it uses like pixels randomly to hide it. That's not ideal. We do need a. It has multiple issues, of course. Our level has no bounds currently, so we can move everywhere. That's not great. Like I can just move away here. And all that. So like we need to fix that there is a bounds to the level. We need to fix that the treasure hiding knows about those bounds, and we need to fix so that the treasure hiding function don't bury things under objects, which introduce the concept of, oh, we need objects because I don't have that. And the simple way of handling a level would probably be to make a huge, like a. The easiest way is to make it a box, of course. But I would like it to not be a box because those are boring. So we need a good way of placing the level bounds and find area within them. Which also in how does the hold on. How does the collision system work when doing bad things like moving into corners. That's always an interesting one. We don't clip through them at least, so that's good. So we can have stuff like that. We can't even force ourselves into that. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Because what we probably do want in that case is some scene that's just a wall that we can place. Let's try that approach. Wall. They are static bodies. Make them into rectangles. And I'm kind of wondering if we now let's put a color on them. Isn't there a color texture? That's a specific thing. Color rect. There we go. Oh, colors. It's good enough. This color rect should be middle, preferably. This collision shape should be equally as large. The theory I have is that I can now put a wall here and then scale it. You duplicate out, Control D, then be like it's so difficult when you're used to like Unreal stuff. So this actually works as a as bounds at least. Okay, that's good to know. I'm pretty sure that everyone who's actually making levels in their spare time is cringing a bit. That's not what I meant. Is it scaling on both? I don't know what the shape should be, but It's going to be a shape, that's for damn sure. I can move it space. Where have I picked that one up? Is it like Clip Studio or something? I think it is. I might be shooting myself in the foot to make this into a non-primitive shape, but that's just how things are. Is this enough, I guess? That, I guess. This should mean that we can't escape. Which I don't seem to be able to. These are pretty ugly though. They touch like this. Right. Let's put all the walls under that. Easy to keep them tucked away from each other, from other things. Easy to get a grip on how the scene looks. I don't know if this is a good idea when it comes to like level design. I don't know if we can. Ah, fuck. I put against the desk. I don't know if we can. Is nav mesh a thing? Asian region 2D. These are all experimental. Interesting. This is, if it's this simple, do not mind. We'll see how this works. I am big noob when it comes to navigation stuff. But in theory, we should be able to use this navigation volume to create stuff that's only inside of it. Hold on. How does we put these as children? There we go. Okay. I think we could also put walls in there. We have to rebake this as long as whenever we do it, but some part of me also want rocks and whatnot to be, kind of randomized at some point, perhaps. We'll see. It's nice that it's simple enough to do this. We could probably also make it way larger. Make it even simpler. Oh yeah, that makes that's worse. Okay, so with this navigation, can we use it to find places on it? Let's see, navigation region 2D. It's a RID. Oh well, be right back. Alright, what we're doing with this then? I wonder if I can just hit test. I could just generate a huge grid of dots and hit test them towards the collider here, if that is a collider. And therefore, with that, I could generate a bunch of like valid spawn points. This might be something. It's so annoying that you get a bunch of like very all the node functions as well. Oh yeah, that's it. I think. Yeah, we can't use that, unfortunately. I guess we see navigation server 2D. I have something very, very small. I think a new scene. Should be way smaller, like 4 pixels. But, well, this is centered though. I was thinking that maybe we could try this. I don't know, 5,000? You don't have a size or bounds or anything for this? Ugh. Just do xy like this? Of course not. Vector 2. Because every fucking... I will never understand why we can't just use constructors. I'm using like this thing. I'm just like trying to see if this does anything. But I'm not doing anything magical here, I'm just stealing. Position. This might take a long while to run. We'll see. this. I love scripting languages. They're so fast and glorious. There's no way it's this slow. Oh, it's going. Let's... This won't speed it up exactly, but it will give us an indication of how slow it is. Oh, it's slow. I'm doing good, thank you. Hope you're doing good yourself. Going good so far. I'm just trying to do some stupid navigation stuff. Maybe 1,000, 5,000. Guess it's stopped. It is a variant of an old Final Fantasy IX minigame, which is called Chocobo Hot and Cold, where you basically run around looking for items like this. It's a not the most difficult game to make, of course, but it's more a personal challenge. But now I'm doing this, like, I have this idea of making a map, and I want to find the good spawn points on it, and I think I broke something. What are the positions of these? Let's see if we... What do you mean? You don't like my character? It's only really a personal project, so I'm not looking for like looking to invest money into it. Like, it's more or less see what can I make in a week, and then probably not continuing. Well, something is happening, that's for sure. Can you make... Are there like actually good for loops? Or do I have to make them myself? Let's do 1,000 for now. Every 5. Interesting. Why is it happening like this? Uh, Hold on. Let's do just like spawn it. This should be a uniform. Holy, this is much better, but it's very laggy. uh, let's increase this to 10. This is workable, I think, but it has issues because you need to like when they spawn outside, they are now being pushed into the nav mesh, and those should instead be removed, which is what this thing I removed was supposed to do, but I guess it didn't exactly work. Let's see now. But then I get this instead. That's interesting. You recently worked with game developers. Okay. Yeah, I kind of could have guessed. I'm going to just stop you right now and say I'm not going to buy something sometime and going into other people's chats and starting off by trying to sell your own stuff doesn't really work on Twitch. It's like you get banned territory. Unfortunately, like it's not seen as like super kosher behavior. I guess this delta are we actually getting here? Print less. Yeah, it's one of those things. I've seen it before, and it gave those kind of vibes, you know. And sometimes you do get weird people showing up, and if you weren't, I mean, sure, that's fine. I'm just telling that that might happen if that was the in case, and if it wasn't, it's fine. What is this one actually doing? I guess I in this from edge. Closest point. Okay, so if it's not on the map, first off, like if it's on the map, we should just spawn it. Like that's good. Otherwise, we should see if we can nudge it. What is this delta actually? Closest point. First, okay, so the difference between we checked and what we actually had. So if delta is less than let's figure that one out. This is length less than 1.0. I don't know. What happens if we do this? Holy. It's exactly what I want. And I have no idea how I did it. I mean, there's some artifacts here, of course, which is down to the like how thin this polygon is. Like those will happen, but these are like actually values that I could use. I guess it's a bit slower because it's a lot of points, right? Yeah, it's 39,000. I think that's... I can probably increase this to 20, like half them. Actually, I mean, maybe. There's probably something that can be pre-baked as well in the editor, but I think that's a bit too much work right now. Let's do 15. And I think with this amount, we could even go further. 17,000 points. That should be plenty. And I guess if we are not creating objects for each one of them, this is even fairly fast. And that's whatever. We use the navigation system to spawn points for treasures that the character can actually reach. Now we just need to put them somewhere. Is array the thing? Just typed array is not a thing. C++ stuff. All right. Alright, then we can make a function that's like get valid spawn point. It's probably good enough for now. Then in the game mode, when hiding a treasure, not use this anymore. Okay, let's... Where's our treasure? Oop. Sweet. I don't think it's... We don't have to be very accurate with this. We could make it show the actual radius, but I think that's just overthinking it. This is actually commit worth. No, like, ugly... Okay, let's add those. Can I update this? Alright, I think we have made some sort of map. It's incredibly ugly. But it should have like all the things we do need. Which is, we can place stuff on it and update the nav mesh, and that will just kind of work. If we have to modify the like overall bit too tense. If you have to modify the overall look of it, we do need to actually move these points and redo it, but it is not impossible to do something like that. If you want to like there might be several sets of like we might need other spawn points. Like if you're going to like if we're going to generate maps, perhaps we do need to fix that, but maybe that is too much thinking my part. A very, very small thing is that I would like the draw order to change when my character's moving above the stones, so you can be behind stuff. I don't know if that is like possible. Maybe it is. Because I don't want to have this seen completely from above feeling to it. So I want to be able to go behind things, even if they are behind like planes. Currently the draw order is kind of set by the order it's in the tree here, so I don't know if that's a thing. Okay, so according to Reddit, which is always correct, we need to do this manually. It's an issue. Because the player is now being drawn above the entire world. Where's the trash? Oh yeah, looking at the running game. And I guess if we can't change this. You could have two nodes, which is like above player and below player, and a static, like with backgrounds and all that. and each object handles that handles its own way. Because I was afraid that we had to move stuff, but we only really need to copy. It's not right. You could copy the graphics, put that as a dumb Node 3D into above player whenever we need and remove it. Because everything is below the player unless it's explicitly above the player. It's such a non-issue. I really don't want to. It's a lot of work, and it's a multiplicative workload as well, because you need to make a system, and that makes every object that wants to use a system require more work. So I think it's not worth it right now because it's also equally amount of work to do this later. Does this make sense? What makes sense to make even? What did I have on my big task list? Technically done. I had a def meter and item found item UI. We have ugly character sprites. We have created a level, and we made some small code changes. Need a clone of myself that can do graphics. Welcome to video games. Oh yeah. Makes fonts look so bad. this looks better, but I dislike that this is not. Fix this. I hate multiple. I mean, imagine this on a ultra wide screen. So awful. Like now the damage numbers are completely off as well. Even if the level is going to be this big, I think we need to also increase the movement speed. We should be able to do this while digging. And the dig direction too. We need both. Did I store the player speed here? Might also need like these values fixed. People get notified that there's something close by. Yeah, I think the damage numbers will break completely. Correct place here. I guess it's breaking if I do this because it's using port size to place them. Yeah, they're over here now. Where are they being placed? I hate this. But this should probably be on the character. Like that instead. Hello? What up? I mean character body too. Don't we have extra exports? I mean I used them just now. Where's my movement speed? Oh, maybe there's an error, yeah. Let's hope we don't get dig resistance. Six. I mean, of course they follow the player then, but they should also look correct if we do this. They look better at least, so I think that will stay. I guess we need to do a leak test too. It's somewhere. Yeah, they're being removed by himself. Good. Good, good, good. This will do. Let's see. What's actually happen? Much. Using the viewport size was a bad idea. There's one thing we need to do here. We're going to turn towards the dig position. Because digging will, of course, kind of stop movement, so that won't be up. I think this should also just take a vector. talking about? Vector 2D. Oh, it's Vector 2 in this. Vector 2D is an unit that at least I'm not writing vector. We could do this. Simply. Because then when we dig, because you get the dig location, of course. I think this is how you do it. My man. I mean, it's hey, that was actually better. It's impossible to get it to top because these values are not good enough. I guess this is 1/4. Let's see if this works. It doesn't work. why. Picking straight up. We need a dead zone. That wasn't stupid. I guess they move fast diagonally. Because my way of handling... Or is that even true? Yeah, it was. Now it's better. How does this look when we do dig something up? Then we stay still. Cool. Cool. So what's next? Is sound something I should do? The problem is like there might be an issue streaming sound because the Twitch stream is currently hearing music and all that, but that's not being saved to the VOD or being sent to you. That might be very boring. I might be able to solve it. I don't know if I can, but I also don't have like sound snippets because you could do like specific things like a dig sound or whatever. I don't know how you do. Guess there's free sound libraries. There's such a I'm just going to mute the audio of it. Don't listen how loud this is. Yeah, like using sounds from a library like this, I don't exactly know. Like this could work, of course. Just dig in with shovel. And we can just like pick out sound effects from this in Audacity. But I don't know how like we can use these. Awesome, I'm going to my game. Because free doesn't. Yeah, we need to like credit offer in this. Which I don't have an issue crediting the offer, but you know it adds another like I need to do more about for it rather than just use whatever I have. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's probably saving a lot more time than having to like record and everything yourself. Like, because it's taking sound effects, mixing them, like take a few samples and then pitching them up randomly a bit. Would probably work really well. I mean, it is for learning, right? To log in to download, ah fuck, game cancelled. Hmm. Not sure how to approach this because I could also take. all the stream now and sit and have a painful experience trying to do art. That is also an option. I am not feeling like okay doing that on stream because when it's code, like I can kind of just talk and do whatever, somewhat decent, I guess. And but when it comes to like doing art or whatnot, it's going to be me hating myself, and I don't think that's good content. I might make this a shorter stream and prepare stuff outside the stream for tomorrow instead, because if I just have the things, whatever creation of them, that's annoying. I also need to make dinner today. Doing so, but yeah, I'll think I call it here. We got 5.5 hours. I think we're close to 6.5 or 7 yesterday, but good enough, I think. Then I'll see what I can do in terms of content, and then can just like click around with it without having a stream on. And we'll look into this more tomorrow, and I'll hopefully have something nice to do. I think. Let's see. What are we actually missing? We are missing content, like graphics, objects with graphics and collision. We're missing sound. But beside, like, if those are in place, we kind of have a video game. Not a good one, but we have a video game. And we might have a day to do something like some polish. Yeah, I think that's the plan. Like, it's fun, like how much you can do in terms of game logic and all that in one day, but 5 days is a very short amount of time when you have to do everything. But yeah, I will call it here. Have a nice rest of the day, and I'll see you tomorrow.